A long, long sleep, a famous sleep that makes no show for morn, by stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Was ever idleness like this, upon a bank of stone, to bask the centuries away, nor once look up for noon? Without this, there is naught. All other riches be, as is the twitter of a bird heard opposite the sea. I could not care to gain a lesser than the whole, for did not this include themselves, as seems include the ball? Or wished away might be my heart to subdivide, 'twould magnify the gratitude and not reduce the gold. The name of it is autumn. The hue of it is blood. An artery upon the hill, a vein along the road. Great globules in the alleys, and oh, the shower of stain when winds upon the basin and spill the scarlet rain. It sprinkles bonnets far below, it gathers ruddy pools, then eddies like a rose away upon vermilion wheels. I dwell in possibility, a fairer house than prose, more numerous of windows, superior for doors, of chambers as the cedars, impregnable of eye, and for an everlasting roof, the gambrels of the sky, of visitors the fairest, for occupation this, the spreading wide my narrow hands to gather paradise. a solemn thing within the soul, to feel itself get ripe and golden hang, while further up the maker's ladders stop, and in the orchard far below you hear a being drop. A wonderful to feel the sun still toiling at the cheek you thought was finished. Cool of eye and critical of work, he shifts the stem a little to give your core a look. But solemnest to know your chance in harvest moves a little nearer every sun, the single to some lives. Of solid blood. My garden, like the beach, denotes there be a sea that's summer, such as these, the pearls she fetches, such as me. That first day when you praised me sweet and said that I was strong and could be mighty if I liked, that day the days among glows central like a jewel between diverging golds, the minor one that gleamed behind and vaster of the worlds. To make one's toilette after death has made the toilette cool. Of only taste we cared to please is difficult, and still that's easier than braid the hair and make the bodice gay, when eyes that fondled it are wrenched by decalogues away. "'Tis good, the looking back on grief, to re-endure a day we thought the mighty funeral of all conceived joy. To recollect how busy grass did meddle one by one, till all the grief with summer waved, and none could see the stone. And though the woe you have today be larger, as the sea exceeds its unremembered drop, their water equally. Ceased. When you were going, I had how noteless I could die. You love the Lord you cannot see. You write him every day a little note when you awake, and further in the day an ample letter, how you miss and would delight to see. But then his house is but a step, and mine's in heaven, you see. Myself was formed a carpenter, an unpretending time. My plane and I together wrought before a builder came to measure our attainments. Had we the art of boards sufficiently developed, he'd hire us at halves. My tools took human faces. That bench where we had toiled against the man, persuaded we temples build, I said. We pray to heaven, we prate of heaven, die. At what o'clock to heaven they fled? Wherefore fly? Is heaven a place, a sky, a tree? Location's narrow way is for ourselves unto the dead. There's no geography, but state, endowal, focus, where omnipresence fly. He fumbles at your soul as players at the keys before they drop full music on. He stuns you by degrees. Prepare your brittle. First heard, then nearer, then so slow, your breath has time to straighten, your brain to bubble cool, deals one imperial thunderbolt that scalps your naked soul. When winds hold forests in their paws, the universe is still. Just once, O least request, could adamant refuse so small a grace, so scanty put, such agonizing terms? Would not a god of flint be conscious of a sigh, as down his heaven dropped remote? Just once, sweet deity. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labour and my leisure too for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of grazing grain. We passed the setting sun, or rather, he passed us. The dews drew quivering and chill, for only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice in the ground. Since then, 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. He fought like those who've naught to lose, bestowed himself to balls as one who for a further life had not a further use. Invited death with bold attempt, but death was coy of him as other men were coy of death. To him to live was doom. His comrades shifted like the flakes when gusts reversed the snow, but he was left alive because of greediness to die. Fame of myself to justify, all other plaudit be superfluous, an incense beyond necessity. Fame of myself to lack, although my name be else supreme, this were an honour honourless, a futile diadem. Wolfe demanded during dying, which obtain the day? General, the British. Easy, answered Wolfe, to die. Montcalm, his opposing spirit, rendered with a smile, "Sweet," said he, "my own surrender, liberties beguile." Most she touched me by her muteness. Most she won me by the way she presented her small figure, plea itself for charity. Were a crumb my whole possession, were there famine in the land, were it my resource from starving, could I such a plea withstand? Not upon her knee to thank me sank this beggar from the sky, but the crumb partook, departed, and returned on high. I supposed when sudden such a praise began, 'twas as space sat singing to herself and men. 'Twas the winged beggar afterward I learned to her benefactor making gratitude. From blank to blank, a threadless way, I pulsed mechanic feet, to stop or perish or advance, alike indifferent. If end I gained, it ends beyond indefinite disclosed. I shut my eyes and groped as well, 'twas lighter to be blind. The whole of it came not at once. 'Twas murder by degrees, a thrust, and then for life a chance, the bliss to cauterize. The cat reprieves the mouse, she eases from her teeth, just long enough for hope to tease, then mashes it to death. 'Tis life's award to die, contenteder, if once, than dying half, then rallying for consciouser eclipse. He told a homely tale, and spotted it with tears. Upon his infant face was set the cicatrice of years. All crumpled was the cheek, no other kiss known than flake of snow, divided with the red breast of the barn. Mother in the father in the brethren had he, if commonwealth below or commonwealth above have missed. Presentiment is that long shadow on the lawn, indicative that suns go down. The notice to the startled grass that darkness is about to pass. You constituted time. I deemed eternity a revelation of yourself. 'Twas therefore deity. The absolute removed, the relative away. That I unto himself adjust my slow idolatry. My faith is larger than the hills. So when the hills decay, my faith must take the purple wheel to show the sun the way. 'Tis first he steps upon the vane, and then upon the hill, and then abroad the world he go to do his golden will. And if his yellow feet should miss, the bird would not arise, the flowers would slumber on their stems. No bells have paradise. How dare I therefore stint a faith on which so vast depends, lest firmament should fail for me, the rivet in the bands. Rests at night the sun from shining. Nature and some men rest at noon. Some men, while nature and the sun go on. The world feels dusty when we stop to die. We want the dew and then honours taste dry. Flags vex a dying face, but the least fan stirred by a friend's hand cools like the rain. Mine be the ministry when thy thirst comes, dews of Thessaly to fetch, and Hybla balms. To offer brave assistance to lives that stand alone when one has failed to stop them is human, but divine to lend an ample sinew unto a nameless man whose homely benediction no other stopped to earn. When I hoped, I recollect just the place I stood, at a window facing west. Roughest air was good, not a sleet could bite me, not a frost could cool. Hope it was that kept me warm, not merino shawl. When I feared, I recollect just the day it was. Worlds were lying out to sun, yet how nature froze. Icicles upon my soul prickled blue and cool. Bird went praising everywhere, only me was still. And the day that I despaired, this, if I forget, nature will, that it be night after sun has set. Darkness intersect her face and put out her eye, nature hesitate before memory and I. The wind didn't come from the orchard today, further than that, nor stop to play with the hay, nor threaten a hat. He is a transitive fellow, very, rely on that. If he leave a burr at the door, we know he has climbed a fir. But the fir is where? Declare, were you ever there? If he brings odours of clovers, and that is his business, not ours, then he has been with the moors, whetting away the hours, so to sweet pauses of hay, his way on a June day. If he fling sand and pebble, little boys' hats and stubble, with an occasional steeple and a horse, get out of the way, I say, who'd be the fool to stay? Would you, say? Would you be the fool to stay? The day undressed herself. Her garter was of gold, her petticoat of purple, plain, her dimities as old exactly as the world, and yet the newest star enrolled upon the hemisphere be wrinkled much as her. Too near to God to pray, too near to heaven to fear, the lady of the Occident retired without a care. Her candles so expire, the flickering be seen on ball of mast in Bosporus, and dome, and window pane. The beggar lad dies early. It's somewhat in the cold, and somewhat in the trudging feet, and haply in the world. The cruel, smiling, bowing world that took its cambric way, nor heard the timid cry for bread, sweet lady, charity. Among redeemed children, if trudging feet may stand, the barefoot time forgotten so, the sleet, the bitter wind, the childish hands that teased for pence, lifted adoring then, to him whom never ragged coat did supplicate in vain. One and one are one. Two be finished using, well enough for schools, but for minor choosing, life just, or death, or the everlasting, more would be too vast for the soul's comprising. I lived on dread. To those who know the stimulus there is in danger, other impetus is numb and vitalless, as 'twere a spur upon the soul, a fear will urge it where to go without the spectre's aid were challenging despair. To try to speak and miss the way and ask it of the tears is gratitude's sweet poverty, the tatters that he wears. A better coat, if he possessed, would help him to conceal, not subjugate, the mutineer, whose title is the soul. A drunkard cannot meet a cork without a reverie, and so, encountering a fly this January day, Jamaicas of remembrance stir, that send me reeling in. The moderate drinker of delight does not deserve the spring. Of juleps, part are in the jug, and more are in the joy. Your connoisseur in liquors consults the bumblebee. "'Tis not the swaying frame we miss, it is the steadfast heart, that, had it beat 1,000 years, with love alone had bent its fervour the electric oar, that bore it through the tomb, ourselves, denied the privilege, consolelessly presume." Quite empty, quite at rest, the robin locks her nest and tries her wings. She does not know a route, but puts her craft about for rumoured springs. She does not ask for noon, she does not ask for boon. Crumbless and homeless, of but one request, the birds she lost. Within that little hive, such hints of honey lay as made reality a dream, and dreams reality. Each that we lose takes part of us. A crescent still abides, which, like the moon, some turbid night is summoned by the tides. Arrows enamoured of his heart forgot to rankle there, and venoms he mistook for balms disdained to rankle there. Circumference, thou bride of awe, possessing thou shalt be, possessed by every hallowed knight that cares, that dares to covet thee. There are two mays, and then a must, and after that, a shall. How infinite the compromise that indicates I will. Declaiming waters none may dread, but waters that are still are so for that most fatal cause in nature they are full. Few, yet enough, enough is one, to that ethereal throng, have not each one of us the right to stealthily belong. Who is it seeks my pillow nights with plain inspecting face? Did you? Or did you not to ask? 'Tis conscience, childhood's nurse. With martial hand she strokes the hair upon my wincing head. All rogues shall have their part in what? The phosphorus of God. Though the great waters sleep, that they are still the deep, we cannot doubt. No vacillating God ignited this abode to put it out. A world made penniless by that departure of minor fabrics begs, but sustenance is of the spirit, the gods, but dregs. We send the wave to find the wave, an errand so divine, the messenger, enamoured too, forgetting to return, we make the sage decision still, soever made in vain. The only time to damn the sea is when the sea is gone. sunset that screens, reveals, enhancing what we see by menaces of amethyst and motes of mystery. Morning that comes but once, considers coming twice. Two dawns upon a single morn make life a sudden price. The auctioneer of parting, his going, going, gone, shouts even from the crucifix and brings his hammer down. He only sells the wilderness. The prices of despair range from a single human heart to two, not any more. Not knowing when the dawn will come, I open every door. Or has it feathers like a bird, or billows like a shore? A flower will trouble her. It has so small a foot, and yet, if you compare the lasts, hers is the smallest boot. Back from the cordial grave I drag thee. He shall not take thy hand, nor put his spacious arm around thee that none can understand. The pedigree of honey does not concern the bee. A clover, any time to him, is aristocracy. As from the earth, the light balloon asks nothing but release, ascension, that for which it was, its soaring residence. The spirit looks upon the dust that fastened it so long with indignation, as a bird defrauded of its song. O future, thou secreted peace, or subterranean woe, is there no wandering route of grace that leads away from thee? No circuit, sage, of all the course described by cunning men to balk thee of thy sacred prey, advancing to thy den? So give me back to death, the death I never feared, except that it deprived of thee, and now by life deprived, and in my own grave I breathe, estimate its size. Its size is all that hell can guess, and all that heaven was. Still own thee, still thou art what surgeons call alive, though slipping, slipping I perceive to thy reportless grave. Which question shall I clutch? What answer wrest from thee before thou dost exude away in the recall-less sea? Talk not to me of summer trees, the foliage of the mind. A tabernacle is for birds of no corporeal kind, and winds do go that way at noon to their ethereal homes, whose bugles call the least of us to undepicted realms. The sun, in raining to the west, makes not as much of sound as cart of man in road below, adroitly turning round that whiffle tree of amethyst. Betrothed to righteousness might be an ecstasy discreet, but nature relishes the pinks which she was taught to eat. Show me eternity, and I will show you memory, both in one package lain and lifted back again. Be Sue while I am Emily. Be next what you have ever been, infinity. I held it so tight that I lost it, said the child of the butterfly. Of many a vaster capture, that is the elegy. But that defeated accent is louder now than him. Eternity may imitate the affluence of time. Not sickness stains the brave, nor any dart, nor doubt of scene to come, but an adjourning heart. The going from a world we know to one a wonder still is like the child's adversity whose vista is a hill. Behind the hill is sorcery and everything unknown. But will the secret compensate for climbing it alone? saddle sprung a bird, and crossed 1,000 trees, before a fence without a fare his fancy did please. And then he lifted up his throat and squandered such a note, a universe that overheard is stricken by it yet. In other motes of other myths, your requisition be. The prism never held the hues, it only heard them play. The farthest thunder that I heard was nearer than the sky, and rumbles still, though torrid noons have lain their missiles by. The lightning that preceded it struck no one but myself, but I would not exchange the bolt for all the rest of life. Indebtedness to oxygen, the happy may repay, but not the obligation to electricity. It founds the homes and decks the days, and every clamour bright is but the gleam concomitant of that waylaying light. The thought is quiet as a flake, a crash without a sound. How life's reverberation its explanation found. Some arrows slay but whom they strike, but this slew all but him, who so apparelled his escape, too trackless for a tomb. Parting with thee reluctantly, that we have ever met, that we have never met, a heart sometimes a foreigner, remembers it forgot. Apparently, with no surprise to any happy flower, the frost beheads it at its play in accidental power. The blonde assassin who passes on, the sun proceeds unmoved to measure off another day for an approving God. Oh, what a grace is this! What majesties of peace, that having breathed the fine ensuing right, without diminuet proceed. The jay his castanet has struck. Put on your muff for winter. The tippet that ignores his voice is impudent to nature. Of swarthy days he is the close. His lotus is a chestnut. The cricket drops a sable line, no more from yours at present. No rack can torture me, my soul at liberty. Behind this mortal bone there knits a bolder one. You cannot prick with saw, nor pierce with scimitar. Two bodies therefore be, bind one, the other fly. The eagle of his nest no easier divest, and gain the sky than mayest thou, except thyself may be thine enemy. Captivity is consciousness, so's liberty. Death is potential to that man who dies and to his friend. Beyond that, unconspicuous to anyone but God. Of these two, God remembers the longest, for the friend is integral and therefore itself dissolved of God. Smiling back from coronation may be luxury. On the heads that started with us, beings peasantry, recognizing in procession ones we former knew when ourselves were also dusty centuries ago, had the triumph no conviction of how many be stimulated by the contrast unto misery. That I did always love, I bring thee proof, that till I loved, I never lived enough. That I shall love alway, I argue thee, that love is life, and life hath immortality. This dost thou doubt, sweet? Then have I nothing to show but Calvary. No crowd that has occurred exhibit, I suppose, that general attendance that resurrection does. Circumference be full, the long restricted grave assert her vital privilege, the dust connect and live. On atoms, features place, all multitudes that were, efface in the comparison as suns dissolve a star. Solemnity prevail, its individual doom possess each separate consciousness, august, absorbed, numb. What duplicate exists? What parallel can be of the significance of this to universe and me? Beauty be not caused, it is. Chase it, and it ceases. Chase it not, and it abides. Overtake the creases in the meadows when the wind runs his fingers through it. Deity will see to it that you never do it. He parts himself like leaves, and then he closes up, then stands upon the bonnet of any buttercup, and then he runs against and oversets a rose, and then does nothing. Then away upon a jib he goes, and dangles like a mote, suspended in the noon, uncertain to return below or settle in the moon. What cometh him at night? The privilege to say be limited by ignorance. What cometh him that day? The frost possess the world. In cabinets be shown a sepulchre of quaintest floss, an abbey, a cocoon. I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came up to look at me, and frigates in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse aground upon the sands. But no man moved me till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron, and my belt, and past my bodice too, and made as he would eat me up, as wholly as a dew upon a dandelion's sleeve. And then I started too, and he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we met the solid town. No one he seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. Endow the living with the tears you squander on the dead. And they were men and women now around your fireside. Instead of passive creatures, denied the cherishing, till they the cherishing deny, with death's ethereal scorn. "'Tis true, they shut me in the cold, but then themselves were warm, and could not know the feeling 'twas. Forget it, Lord, of them. Let not my witness hinder them in heavenly esteem. No paradise could be conferred through their beloved blame. The harm they did was short, and since myself, who bore it, do forgive them, even as myself, or else forgive not me." The province of the saved should be the art to save, through skill obtained in themselves, the science of the grave. No man can understand, but he that hath endured the dissolution in himself, that man be qualified to qualify despair to those who failing new mistake defeat for death, each time till acclimated to. I took my power in my hand, and went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. I aimed my pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath was too large, or was myself too small? Some such butterfly be seen on Brazilian pampas, just at noon, no later, sweet. Then the license closes. Some such spice express and pass, subject to your plucking, as the stars you knew last night, foreigners this morning. I had no cause to be awake. My best was gone to sleep. And morn a new politeness took, and failed to wake them up, but called the others clear, and passed their curtains by. Sweet morning, when I oversleep, knock, recollect to me, I looked at sunrise once, and then I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose for circumstance the same. 'Twas such an ample piece, it could not hold a sigh. 'Twas Sabbath, with the bells divorced. 'Twas sunset all the day. So choosing but a gown and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled and was there. I fear a man of frugal speech. I fear a silent man. Haranguer I can overtake, or babbler entertain. But he who waiteth while the rest expend their furthest pound, of this man I am weary. I fear that he is grand. Rehearsal to ourselves of a withdrawn delight affords a bliss like murder, omnipotent, acute. We will not drop the dirk because we love the wound. The dirk commemorate itself, remind us that we died. The martyr poets did not tell, but wrought their pang in syllable, that when their mortal name be numb, their mortal fate encourage some. The martyr painters never spoke, bequeathing rather to their work, that when their conscious fingers cease, some seek in art the art of peace. I cross till I am weary a mountain in my mind, more mountains, then a sea, more seas, and then a desert find. And my horizon blocks with steady drifting grains of unconjectured quantity as Asiatic rains. Nor this defeat my pace, it hinder from the west, but as an enemy's salute, one hurrying to rest. What merit had the goal except there intervene faint doubt and far competitor to jeopardize the gain? At last, the grace in sight, I shout unto my feet, I offer them the whole of heaven the instant that we meet. They strive, and yet delay. They perish. Do we die? Or is this death's experiment reversed in victory. Answer July. Where is the bee? Where is the blush? Where is the hay? Ah, said July, where is the seed? Where is the bud? Where is the May? Answer thee, me. Nay, said the May, show me the snow, show me the bells, show me the jay. Quibbled the jay, where be the Mays? Where be the hays? Where be the burr? Here, said the year. There is a shame of nobleness confronting sudden pelf, a finer shame of ecstasy convicted of itself. A best disgrace a brave man feels, acknowledged of the brave, one more ye blessed to be told, but that's behind the grave. An ignorance, a sunset, confer upon the eye of territory, colour, circumference, decay. Its amber revelation exhilarate, debase, omnipotence inspection of our inferior face. And when the solemn features confirm in victory, we start, as if detected in immortality. One crucifixion is recorded only. How many be is not affirmed of mathematics or history. One Calvary exhibited to stranger, as many be as persons or peninsulas. Gethsemane is but a province in the being's centre. Judea, for journey or crusades achieving, too near. Our Lord indeed made compound witness, and yet there's nearer crucifixion than that. The sweetest heresy received that man and woman know each other's convert, though the faith accommodate but two. The churches are so frequent, the ritual so small, the grace so unavoidable, To fail is infidel. Take your heaven further on. This to heaven divine has gone. Had you earlier blundered in, possibly Iain you had seen, an eternity put on. Now, to ring a door beyond, in the utmost of your hand, to the skies apologize, nearer to your courtesies than this sufferer polite, dressed to meet you, see, in white. A tongue to tell him I am true, its fee to be of gold. Had nature in her monstrous house a single ragged child, to earn a mine would run that interdited way, and tell him, charge thee speak it plain, that so far truth is true. And answer what I do, beginning with the day, that night begun, nay, midnight 'twas. Since midnight happened, say, if once more, pardon, boy, the magnitude thou may enlarge my message. If too vast, another lad help thee, thy pay in diamonds be, and his in solid gold, say rubies, if he hesitate, my message must be told. Say, last I said was this, that when the hills come down and hold no higher than the plain, my bond have just begun. And when the heavens disband and deity conclude, then look for me. Be sure you say, least figure on the road. What soft, cherubic creatures these gentlewomen are. One would as soon assault a plush or violate a star. Such dimity convictions, a horror so refined, of freckled human nature, of deity ashamed. It's such a common glory, a fisherman's degree. Redemption, brittle lady, be so ashamed of thee. You know that portrait in the moon? So tell me, who 'tis like? The very brow, the stooping eyes, a fog for, say, whose sake? The very pattern of the cheek, it varies in the chin, but Ishmael, since we met 'tis long, and fashions intervene. When moon's at full, 'tis thou, I say, my lips just hold the name. When crescent, thou art worn, I note, but there the golden same. And when some night bold slashing clouds cut thee away from me, that's easier than the other film that glazes holiday. Funny to be a century and see the people going by. I should die of the oddity, but then I'm not so staid as he. He keeps his secret safely, very. Were he to tell, extremely sorry this bashful globe of ours would be, so dainty of publicity. Not probable, the barest chance, a smile too few, a word too much, and far from heaven as the rest, the soul so close on paradise. What if the bird from journey far, confused by sweets as mortals are, forget the secret of his wing, and perish but a bough between, O groping feet, O phantom queen? When night is almost done, and sunrise grows so near that we can touch the spaces, it's time to smooth the hair and get the dimples ready, and wonder we could care for that old faded midnight that frightened but an hour. Triumph may be of several kinds. There's triumph in the room when that old imperator, death, by faith be overcome. There's triumph of the finer mind when truth, affronted long, advance unmoved to her supreme, her God, her only throng. A triumph when temptation's bribe be slowly handed back, one eye upon the heaven renounced and one upon the rack. Severer triumph by himself experienced, who pass acquitted from that naked bar, Jehovah's countenance. Don't put up my needle and thread. I'll begin to sew when the birds begin to whistle better stitches so. These were bent, my sight got crooked. When my mind is plain, I'll do seams a queen's endeavour would not blush to own. Hems too fine for ladies' tracing, to the slightest knot, tucks of dainty interspersion, like a dotted dot. Leave my needle in the furrow where I put it down. I can make the zigzag stitches straight when I am strong. Till then, dreaming I am sewing, fetch the seam I missed closer so I, at my sleeping, still surmise I stitch. So well that I can live without, I love thee. Then how well is that? As well as Jesus? Prove it me that he loved men as I love thee.
At leisure is the soul that gets a staggering blow, the width of life, before it spreads without a thing to do. It begs you, give it work, but just the placing pins or humblest patchwork children do to still its noisy hands. Sweet, safe houses, glad, gay houses, sealed so stately tight, lids of steel on lids of marble, locking bare feet out, brooks of plush in banks of satin, not so softly fall as the laughter and the whisper from their purple pearl. No bald death affront their parlours, no bold sickness come to deface their stately treasures, anguish and the tomb. Hum by in muffled coaches, lest they wonder why any for the press of smiling interrupt to die. Glee, the great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land, 40 gone down together into the boiling sand. Ring for the scant salvation, toll for the bonny souls, neighbour and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shoals. How they will tell the story when winter shake the door, till the children urge, but the 40, did they come back no more? Then a silence suffuse the story, and a softness the teller's eye, and the children no further question, and only the sea reply.
It makes no difference abroad. The seasons fit the same. The mornings blossom into noons and split their pods of flame. Wildflowers kindle in the woods. The brooks slam all the day. No blackbird baits his banjo for passing Calvary. Auto da fe and judgment are nothing to the bee. His separation from the rose to him sums misery. I asked no other thing. No other was denied. I offered being for it. The mighty merchant sneered. Brazil? He twirled a button, without a glance my way. But, madam, is there nothing else that we can show today? To know just how he suffered would be dear. To know if any human eyes were near, to whom he could entrust his wavering gaze until it settled broad on paradise. To know if he was patient, part content, was dying as he thought, or different. Was it a pleasant day to die, and did the sunshine face his way? What was furthest from his mind, home or God, or what the distant say, at news that he ceased human nature such a day? And wishes, had he any? Just his sigh, accented, had been legible to me, and was he confident until ill fluttered out in everlasting well? And if he spoke, what name was best? What last? What one broke off with at his drowsiest? Was he afraid or tranquil? Might he know how consciousness could grow, till love that was, and love too best to be, meet, and the junction be eternity? It was too late for man, but early yet for God. Creation, impotent to help, but prayer remained our side. How excellent the heaven, when earth cannot be had. How hospitable, then, the face of our old neighbour, God. Forever is composed of nows. 'Tis not a different time, except for infiniteness and latitude of home. From this, experienced here, remove the dates to these. Let months dissolve in further months, and years exhale in years, without debate or pause or celebrated days. No different our years would be from Anno Dominis.
'Twas a long parting, but the time for interview had come before the judgment seat of God, the last and second time these fleshless lovers met. A heaven in a gaze, a heaven of heavens, the privilege of one another's eyes. No lifetime set on them, apparelled as the new unborn, except they had beheld, born infiniter now. Was bridal e'er like this? A paradise, the host, and cherubim and seraphim, the unobtrusive guest. Only God detect the sorrow, only God. The Jehovahs are no babblers unto God. God the Son confide it, still secure. God the Spirit's honour, just as sure. Like eyes that looked on wastes, incredulous of aught, but blank and steady wilderness, diversified by night, just infinites of naught, as far as it could see. So looked the face I looked upon, so looked itself on me. I offered it no help, because the cause was mine, the misery a compact, as hopeless as divine. Neither would be absolved, neither would be a queen. Without the other, therefore, we perish, though we reign. A tooth upon our peace, the peace cannot deface. Then wherefore be the tooth to vitalize the grace? The heaven hath a hell itself to signalize, and every sign before the place is guilt with sacrifice. I know where wells grow, droughtless wells, deep dug for summer days, where mosses go no more away, and pebble safely plays. It's made of fathoms and a belt of jagged stone, inlaid with emerald halfway down, and diamonds jumbled on. It has no bucket. Were I rich, a bucket I would buy. I'm often thirsty, but my lips are so high up, you see. I read in an old-fashioned book that people thirst no more. The wells have buckets to them there. It must mean that, I'm sure. Shall we remember parching then? Those waters sound so grand. I think a little well like mine, dearer to understand. The tint I cannot take is best, the colour too remote, that I could show it in bazaar, a guinea at a sight. The fine impalpable array that swaggers on the eye, like Cleopatra's company repeated in the sky. The moments of dominion that happen on the soul and leave it with a discontent too exquisite to tell. The eager look on landscapes, as if they just repressed some secret that was pushing like chariots in the vest. The pleading of the summer, that other prank of snow, that cushions mystery with tulle for fear the squirrels know, their graspless manners mock us until the cheated eye shuts arrogantly in the grave, another way to see. Why make it doubt? It hurts it so. So sick to guess, so strong to know. So brave upon its little bed to tell the very last they said unto itself, and smile and shake for that dear, distant, dangerous sake. But they instead the pinching fear that something it did do or dare offend the vision, and it flee. And they no more remember me, nor ever turn to tell me why. O Master, this is misery. I live with him. I see his face. I go no more away for visitor or sundown, death's single privacy. The only one forestalling mine, and that by right that he presents a claim invisible, no wedlock granted be. I live with him. I hear his voice. I stand alive today, to witness to the certainty of immortality, taught me by time the lower way, conviction every day, that life like this is stopless, be judgment what it may. The power to be true to you, until upon my face the judgment push his picture, presumptuous of your place, of this could man deprive me, himself the heaven excel, whose invitation yours reduced until it showed too small. The way I read a letter is this. 'Tis first, I lock the door, and push it with my fingers next, for transport it be sure. And then I go the furthest off, to counteract a knock, then draw my little letter forth, and slowly pick the lock. Then, glancing narrow at the wall, and narrow at the floor, for firm conviction of a mouse not exercised before. Peruse how infinite I am to no one that you know, and sigh for lack of heaven, but not the heaven God bestow. The child's faith is new, whole like his principle, wide like the sunrise on fresh eyes, never had a doubt, laughs at a scruple, believes all sham
but paradise. Credits the world, deems his dominion broadest of sovereignties, and Caesar mean in the comparison, baseless emperor, ruler of naught, yet swaying all. Grown by and by to hold mistaken his pretty estimates of prickly things, he gains the skill sorrowful, as certain men to anticipate instead of kings. Except the heaven had come so near, so seemed to choose my door, the distance would not haunt me so, I had not hoped before. But just to hear the grace depart, I never thought to see, afflicts me with a double loss. 'Tis lost, and lost to me. To my small hearth his fire came, and all my house aglow did fan and rock with sudden light. 'Twas sunrise, 'twas the sky, impanelled from no summer brief with limit of decay. 'Twas noon without the news of night, nay, nature, it was day. My portion is defeat today, a paler luck than victory, less paeans, fewer bells, the drums don't follow me with tunes. Defeat, a somewhat slower means, more arduous than balls. 'Tis populous with bone and stain, and men too straight to stoop again, and piles of solid moan, and chips of blank in boyish eyes, and scraps of prayer, and death surprise, stamped visible in stone. There's somewhat prouder over there, the trumpets tell it to the air, how different victory to him who has it, and the one who to have had it would have been contenteder to die. I am ashamed, I hide. What right have I to be a bride, so late a dowerless girl? Nowhere to hide my dazzled face, no one to teach me that new grace, nor introduce my soul. Me to adorn, how tell trinket to make me beautiful, fabrics of cashmere, never a gown of dun, more. Raiment instead of pompadour, for me my soul to wear. Fingers to frame my round hair, oval, as feudal ladies wore, far fashions, fair skill, to hold my brow like an earl, plead like a whippoorwill, prove like a pearl. Then for character, fashion my spirit quaint, white, quick like a liquor, gay like light, bring me my best pride, no more ashamed, no more to hide. Meek, let it be, too proud for pride, baptized this day a bride. I cannot live with you. It would be life. And life is over there, behind the shelf. The sexton keeps the key to, putting up our life, his porcelain, like a cup, discarded of the housewife, quaint or broke, a newer Sèvres pleases, old ones crack. I could not die with you, for one must wait to shut the other's gaze down. You could not, and could I stand by and see you freeze without my right of frost, death's privilege? Nor could I rise with you, because your face would put out Jesus, that new grace, glow plain and foreign on my homesick eye, except that you than he shone closer by. They'd judge us how for you served heaven, you know, or sought to. I could not, because you saturated sight, and I had no more eyes for sordid excellence as paradise. And were you lost, I would be, though my name rang loudest on the heavenly fame. And were you saved, and I condemned to be where you were not, that self were hell to me. So we must meet apart, you there, I here, with just the door ajar, that oceans are, and prayer, and that white sustenance, despair. Size circumscribes. It has no room for petty furniture. The giant tolerates no gnat for ease of gianture, repudiates it all the more because intrinsic size ignores the possibility of calumnies or flies. They put us far apart, as separate as sea, and her unsown peninsula we signified these see. They took away our eyes. They thwarted us with guns. I see thee, each responded straight through telegraphic signs. With dungeons they devised, but through their thickest skill and their opacest adamant, our souls saw just as well. They summoned us to die with sweet alacrity. We stood upon our stapled feet, condemned but just to see. Permission to recant, permission to forget. We turned our backs upon the sun for perjury of that. Not either noticed death, of paradise aware. Each other's face was all the disk, each other's setting saw. Me from myself to banish, had I art, invincible my fortress unto all heart. But since myself assault me, how have I peace, except by subjugating consciousness? And since we're mutual monarch, how this be, except by abdication? Me of me. Doom is the house without the door. 'Tis entered from the sun. And then the ladder's thrown away, because escape is done. 'Tis varied by the dream of what they do outside, where squirrels play, and berries die, and hemlocks bow to God. I meant to have but modest needs, such as content and heaven. Within my income these could lie, and life and I keep even. But since the last included both, it would suffice my prayer, but just for one to stipulate, and grace would grant the pair. And so upon this wise I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours, but large enough for me. A smile suffused Jehovah's face. The cherubim withdrew. Grave saints stole out to look at me and showed their dimples too. I left the place. With all my might I threw my prayer away. The quiet ages picked it up, and judgment twinkled too. That one so honest be extant, it take the tale for true, that whatsoever you shall ask itself be given you. But I, grown shrewder, scan the skies with a suspicious air, as children, swindled for the first, all swindlers be in fair. I could suffice for him, I knew. He could suffice for me. Yet hesitating fractions both surveyed infinity. Would I be whole? He sudden broached. My syllable rebelled. 'Twas face to face with nature, forced. 'Twas face to face with God. Withdrew the sun to other wests. Withdrew the furthest star. Before decision, stooped to speech. And then be audibler. The answer of the sea unto the motion of the moon. Herself adjust her tides unto. Could I do else with mine? You left me, sire, 2 legacies. A legacy of love, a heavenly Father would suffice had he the offer of. You left me boundaries of pain, capacious as the sea, between eternity and time, your consciousness and me. No man can compass a despair as round a goalless road. No faster than a mile at once the traveller proceed. Unconscious of the width, unconscious that the sun be setting on his progress, so accurate the one at estimating pain whose own has just begun. His ignorance, the angel that pilot him along. The sun kept setting, still, no hue of afternoon upon the village I perceived. From house to house 'twas noon. The dusk kept dropping, still, no dew upon the grass, but only on my forehead stopped and wandered in my face. My feet kept drowsing, still, my fingers were awake. Yet why so little sound myself unto my seeming make? How well I knew the light before, I could not see it now. 'Tis dying I am doing, but I'm not afraid to know. Shells from the coast, mistaking, I cherished them for all, happening in after ages to entertain a pearl. Wherefore so late, I murmured, my need of thee be done. Therefore the pearl responded, my period begun. The heaven vests for each. In that small deity, it craved the grace to worship some bashful summer's day. Half shrinking from the glory it importuned to see, till these faint tabernacles drop in full eternity. How imminent the venture, as one should sue a star, for his mean sake to leave the row and entertain despair. A clemency so common, we almost cease to fear, enabling the minutest and furthest to adore. The spirit is the conscious ear we actually hear when we inspect that's audible, that is admitted here. For other services, as sound, there hangs a smaller ear outside the castle that contain the other only here. If he were living, dare I ask, and how if he be dead? And so around the words I went, of meeting them afraid. I hinted changes, lapse of time, the surfaces of years I touched with caution lest they crack and show me to my fears. Reverted to adjoining lives, adroitly turning out. Wherever I suspected graves, 'twas prudenter, I thought, and he I pushed with sudden force in face of the suspense. Was buried! Buried? He? My life just holds the trench. As if the sea should part and show a further sea, and that a further, and the three but a presumption be of periods of seas unvisited of shores, themselves the verge of seas to be, eternity is those. Nature is what we see. The hill, the afternoon, squirrel, eclipse, the bumblebee, nay, nature is heaven. Nature is what we hear. The bobolink, the sea, thunder, the crickets. Nay, nature is harmony. Nature is what we know, but have no art to say. So impotent our wisdom is to her sincerity. Upon concluded lives, there's nothing cooler falls than life's sweet calculations. The mixing bells and palls makes lacerating tune to ears the dying side. 'Tis coronal and funeral saluting in the road. Have any like myself, investigating March, new houses on the hill descried, and possibly a church, that were not, we are sure, as lately as the snow, and are today, if we exist, though how may this be so? Have any like myself conjectured who may be the occupants of these abodes, so easy to the sky? 'Twould seem that God should be the nearest neighbour to, and heaven a convenient grace for show or company. Have any, like myself, preserved the charm secure by shunning carefully the place all seasons of the year, excepting March? 'Tis then my villages be seen, and possibly a steeple, not afterward, by men. Each life converges to some centre, expressed or still. Exists in every human nature a goal, embodied scarcely to itself, it may be, too fair for credibility's presumption to mar, adored with caution as a brittle heaven, to reach were hopeless as the rainbow's raiment to touch. Yet persevered toward, surer for the distance, how high unto the saints' slow diligence the sky. Ungained, it may be, by a life's low venture, but then eternity enable the endeavouring again. Their height in heaven comforts not, their glory not to me. 'Twas best and perfect as it was. I'm finite, I can't see the house of supposition, the glimmering frontier that skirts the acres of perhaps, to me shows insecure. The wealth I had contented me. It was a meaner size than I had counted it, until it pleased my narrow eyes better than larger values that show, however true, this timid life of evidence keeps pleading. I don't know. Life is what we make it. Death, we do not know. Christ's acquaintance with him justify him, though he would trust no stranger, other could betray just his own endorsement. That sufficeth me. All the other distance he hath traversed first. No new mile remaineth far as paradise, his sure foot proceeding, tender pioneer. Base must be the coward, dare not venture now. The judge is like the owl, I've heard my father tell, and owls do build in oaks, so here's an amber sill that slanted in my path, when going to the barn, and if it serve you for a house, itself is not in vain. About the price, 'tis small. I only ask a tune at midnight. Let the owl select his favourite refrain. The props assist the house until the house is built. And then the props withdraw, and adequate, erect, the house support itself, and cease to recollect the augur and the carpenter. Just such a retrospect hath the perfected life, a past of plank and nail, and slowness, then the scaffolds drop, affirming it a soul. You've seen balloons set, haven't you? So stately they ascend. It is a swan's discarded you for duty's diamond. Their liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde. They spurn the air as 'twere too mean for creatures so renowned. Their ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle some for breath, and yet the crowd applaud below. They would not encore death. The gilded creature strains and spins, trips frantic in a tree, tears open her imperial veins, and tumbles in the sea. The crowd retire with an oath. The dust in streets go down, and clerks in counting rooms observe 'twas only a balloon. A thought went up my mind today that I have had before, but did not finish, some way back. I could not fix the year, nor where it went, nor why it came the second time to me, nor definitely what it was have I the art to say. But somewhere in my soul, I know I've met the thing before. It just reminded me 'twas all, and came my way no more. A first mute coming in the stranger's house, a first fair going when the bells rejoice, a first exchange of what hath mingled been, for a lot exhibited to faith alone. Out of sight? What of that? See the bird, reach it, curve by curve, sweep by sweep, round the steep air. Danger! What is that to her? Better 'tis to fail there than debate here. Blue is blue the world through, amber, amber, dew, dew. Seek, friend, and see. Heaven is shy of earth, that's all. Bashful heaven, thy lovers small, hide too from thee. No matter now, sweet, but when I'm Earl, won't you wish you'd spoken to that dull girl? Trivial a word, just trivial a smile, but won't you wish you'd spared one when I'm Earl? I shan't need it then, crests will do, eagles on my buckles, on my belt too, ermine, my familiar gown. Say, sweet then, won't you wish you'd smiled just me upon? The moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns her perfect face upon the world below. Her forehead is of amplest blonde, her cheek a beryl hewn, her eye unto the summer dew, the likest I have known. The lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon her friend she could confer, were such her silver will? And what a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainty she take her way beside your palace door. Her bonnet is the firmament, the universe her shoe, the stars the trinkets at her belt, her dimities of blue. You said that I was great one day. Then great it be, if that please thee, or small, or any size at all. Nay, I'm the size suit thee. Tall, like the stag, would that? Lower, like the wren, or other heights of other ones I've seen. Tell which,
It's dull to guess, and I must be rhinoceros or mouse at once for thee. So say if queen it be, or page please thee, I'm that or not, or other thing, if other thing there be, with just this stipulus I suit thee. I many times thought peace had come, when peace was far away, as wrecked men deem they sight the land at centre of the sea, and struggle slacker, but to prove as hopelessly as I, how many the fictitious shores or any harbour be. Nor other can reduce our mortal consequence, like the remembering it be not a period from hence, but contemplation for contemporaneous naught, our only competition, Jehovah's estimate. Joy to have merited the pain, to merit the release. Joy to have perished every step, to compass paradise. Pardon to look upon thy face with these old-fashioned eyes, better than new could be for that, though bought in paradise, because they looked on thee before, and thou hast looked on them. Prove me my hazel witnesses, the features are the same. So fleet thou wert when present, so infinite when gone, an Orient's apparition remanded of the morn. The height I recollect, 'twas even with the hills, the depth upon my soul was notched as floods on whites of wheels. To haunt, till time have dropped her last decade away, and haunting actualize to last at least eternity. On a columnar self, how ample to rely in tumult or extremity, how good the certainty that lever cannot pry and wedge cannot divide, conviction that granitic base, though none be on our side, suffice us for a crowd, ourself and rectitude, and that assembly not far off from furthest spirit, God.
Nature, the gentlest mother is, impatient of no child. The feeblest or the waywardest, her admonition mild. In forest and the hill, by traveller be heard, restraining rampant squirrel or too impetuous bird. How fair her conversation, a summer afternoon, her household, her assembly, and when the sun go down, her voice among the isles incite the timid prayer of the minutest cricket, the most unworthy flower. When all the children sleep, she turns as long away as will suffice to light her lamps, then, bending from the sky with infinite affection and infiniter care, her golden finger on her lip wills silence everywhere. No prisoner be where liberty himself abide with thee. Behind me dips eternity, before me immortality, myself the term between. Death but the drift of eastern grey, dissolving into dawn away before the west begin. 'Tis kingdoms afterwards, they say, in perfect pauseless monarchy, whose prince is son of none, himself, his dateless dynasty, himself diversify in duplicate divine. 'Tis miracle before me then, 'tis miracle behind, between, a crescent in the sea, with midnight to the north of her, and midnight to the south of her, and maelstrom in the sky. She dwelleth in the ground, where daffodils abide, her maker, her metropolis, the universe, her maid, to fetch her grace and hue, and fairness and renown, the firmaments to pluck her, and fetch her thee, be mine.
Sweet mountains, ye tell me no lie, never deny me, never fly. Those same unvarying eyes turn on me when I fail or feign, or take the royal names in vain, their far, slow, violet gaze. My strong Madonnas cherish still the wayward nun beneath the hill, whose service is to you her latest worship when the day fades from the firmament away to lift her brows on you. It tossed and tossed, a little brig I knew, o'ertook by blast. It spun and groped delirious for morn. It slipped and slipped, as one that drunken stepped. Its white foot tripped, then dropped from sight. Ah, brig, good night to crew and you. The ocean's heart, too smooth, too blue to break for you. It's easy to invent a life. God does it every day. Creation but the gamble of his authority. It's easy to efface it. The thrifty deity could scarce afford eternity to spontaneity. The perished patterns murmur, but his perturbless plan proceed, inserting here a son, there leaving out a man. God gave a loaf to every bird, but just a crumb to me. I dare not eat it, though I starve. My poignant luxury to own it, touch it, prove the feat that made the pellet mine. Too happy for my sparrow's chance for ampler coveting. It might be famine all around. I should not miss an ear. Such plenty smiles upon my board, my garner shows so fair. I wonder how the rich may feel, an Indiaman, an earl. I deem that I, with but a crumb, am sovereign of them all. Where thou art,
That is home. Kashmir or Calvary, the same. Degree or shame, I scarce esteem location's name. So I may come, what thou dost is delight. Bondage as play be sweet. Imprisonment content, and sentence sacrament just we two meet. Where thou art not is woe, though bands of spices row. What thou dost not despair, though Gabriel praise me, sir. We thirst at first, 'tis nature's act, and later, when we die, a little water supplicate of fingers growing by. It intimates the finer want, whose adequate supply is that great water in the West termed immortality. Precious to me, she still shall be, though she forget the name I bear, the fashion of the gown I wear, the very colour of my hair. So like the meadows now, I dared to show a tress of theirs, if haply she might not despise a buttercup's array. I know the whole obscures the part, the fraction that appeased the heart till numbers empery, remembered as the milliner's flower when summer's everlasting dower confronts the dazzled bee. Ah, Tenerife, receding mountain, purples of ages halt for you. Sunset reviews her sapphire regiments. Day drops you his red adieu. Still clad in your mail of ices, eye of granite and ear of steel, passive alike to pomp and parting. Ah, Tenerife, we're pleading still. Grief is a mouse, and chooses wainscot in the breast for his shy house, and baffles quest. Grief is a thief, quick startled, pricks his ear, report to hear of that vast dark that swept his being back. Grief is a juggler, boldest at the play, lest if he flinch, the eye that sway, pounce on his bruises, one, say, or three. Grief is a gourmand, spare his luxury. Best grief is tongueless. Before he'll tell, burn him in the public square. His ashes will, possibly. If they refuse, how then know, since a rat couldn't coax a syllable now?
Let us play yesterday. I, the girl at school, you and eternity, the untold tale. Easing my famine at my lexicon, logarithm, had I for drink, 'twas a dry wine. Somewhat different must be, dreams tint the sleep, cunning reds of morning make the blind leap. Still at the egg life, chafing the shell, when you troubled the ellipse and the bird fell. Manacles be dim, they say, to the new free. Liberty, commoner, never could to me. 'Twas my last gratitude when I slept at night. 'Twas the first miracle let in with light. Can the lark resume the shell? Easier for the sky. Wouldn't bonds hurt more than yesterday? Wouldn't dungeons sorer grate on the man free, just long enough to taste, then doomed new? God of the manacle as of the free, take not my liberty away from me. Alter when the hills do, falter when the sun. Question if his glory be the perfect one. Surfeit when the daffodil doth of the dew, even as herself, sir, I will of you. Bereavement in their death to feel, whom we have never seen, a vital kinsmanship import, our soul and theirs between. For strangers do not mourn. There be immortal friends whom death see first. 'Tis news of this that paralyze ourselves, who vital only to our thought such presence bear away in dying. 'Tis as if our souls absconded suddenly. I think to live may be a bliss to those who dare to try, beyond my limit to conceive, my lip to testify. I think the heart I former wore could widen, till to me the other, like the little bank, appear unto the sea. I think the days could every one in ordination stand, and majesty be easier than an inferior kind.
no numb alarm lest difference come, no goblin on the bloom, no start in apprehension's ear, no bankruptcy, no doom, but certainties of sun, midsummer in the mind, a steadfast south upon the soul, her polar time behind. The vision pondered long, so plausible becomes, that I esteem the fiction real, the real fictitious seems. How bountiful the dream, what plenty it would be, had all my life but been mistake, just rectified in thee. A little road, not made of man, enabled of the eye, accessible to thill of bee or cart of butterfly, if town it have beyond itself, 'tis that I cannot say. I only know no curricle that rumble there bear me. A little road, not made of man, enabled of the eye, accessible to thill of bee or cart of butterfly, if town it have beyond itself, 'tis that I cannot say. I only know no curricle that rumble there bear me. Her sweet turn to leave the homestead came the darker way. Carriages, be sure, and guests, true, but for holiday 'twas more pitiful endeavour than did loaded see o'er the curls attempt to caper it had cast away. Never bride had such assembling, never kinsman kneeled to salute so fair a forehead, garland be indeed. Fitter feet of her before us than whatever brow, art of snow, or trick of lily possibly bestow. Of her father, whoso ask her, he shall seek as high as the palm, that serve the desert to obtain the sky. Distance be her only motion, if 'tis nay or yes, acquiescence or demurral, whosoever guess, he must pass the crystal angle that obscure her face. He must have achieved in person equal paradise. Pain has an element of blank. It cannot recollect when it begun, or if there were a time when it was not. It has no future but itself. Its infinite contain, its past enlightened to perceive new periods of pain. So much summer, me for showing illegitimate, would a smile's minute bestowing too exorbitant. To the lady with the guinea, look, if she should know, crumb of mine, a robin's larder, would suffice to stow. Promise this, when you be dying, some shall summon me. Mine belong your latest sighing, mine to belt your eye, not with coins, though they be minted from an emperor's hand, be my lips the only buckle your low eyes demand. Mine to stay when all have wandered, to devise once more, if the life be too surrendered, life of mine restore. Poured like this, my whole libation, just that you should see bliss of death, life's bliss extol through imitating you. Mine to guard your narrow precinct, to seduce the sun, longest on your south to linger, largest dews of morn to demand in your low favour, lest the jealous grass greener lean or fonder cluster round some other face. Mine to supplicate Madonna, if Madonna be, could behold so far a creature Christ omitted, me, just to follow your dear feature, ne'er so far behind, for my heaven had I not been most enough denied. I had no time to hate, because the grave would hinder me, and life was not so ample I could finish enmity. Nor had I time to love, but since some industry must be, the little toil of love, I thought, be large enough for me. My life had stood, a loaded gun, in corners, till a day the owner passed, identified, and carried me away. And now we roam in sovereign woods, and now we hunt the doe. And every time I speak for him, the mountains straight reply. And do I smile? Such cordial light upon the valley glow, it is as a Vesuvian face had let its pleasure through. And when at night, our good day done, I guard my master's head, 'tis better than the eider duck's deep pillow to have shared. To foe of his, I'm deadly foe. None stir the second time on whom I lay a yellow eye or an emphatic thumb. Though I than he may longer live, he longer must than I, for I have but the power to kill without the power to die. The sunrise runs for both. The east, her purple troth, keeps with the hill. The noon unwinds her blue, till one breadth cover two, remotest still. Nor does the night forget a lamp for each to set, wicks wide away. The north, her blazing sign, erects in iodine, till both can see. The midnight's dusky arms clasp hemispheres and homes, and so upon her bosom one and one upon her hem both lie. No bobolink reverse his singing, when the only tree ever he minded occupying by the farmer bee clove to the root, his spacious future best horizon gone. Brave bobolink, whose music be his only anodyne. One blessing had I than the rest, so larger to my eyes, that I stopped gauging, satisfied, for this enchanted size. It was the limit of my dream, the focus of my prayer, a perfect, paralyzing bliss, contented as despair. I knew no more of want or cold, phantasms both become, for this new value in the soul, supremest earthly sum. The heaven below, the heaven above, obscured with ruddier blue, life's latitudes leant over, full, the judgment perished too. Why bliss so scantily disperse? Why paradise defer? Why floods be served to us in bowls? I speculate no more. The mountains grow unnoticed. Their purple figures rise without attempt, exhaustion, assistance, or applause. In their eternal faces, the sun with just delight looks long and last and golden for fellowship at night. These saw visions, latch them softly. These held dimples, smooth them slow. This addressed departing accents, quick, sweet mouth, to miss thee so. This we stroked, unnumbered satin. These we held among our own. Fingers of the slim aurora, not so arrogant this noon. These a just that ran to meet us, pearl for stocking, pearl for shoe, paradise the only palace fit for her reception now. Strong draughts of their refreshing minds to drink enables mine through desert or the wilderness, as bore it sealed wine, to go elastic, or as one the camel's trait attained, how powerful the stimulus of an hermetic mind. We miss her, not because we see the absence of an eye, except its mind accompany, abridge society, as slightly as the roots of stars ourselves asleep below. We know that their superior eyes include us as they go. Essential oils are wrung, the attar from the rose be not expressed by suns alone, it is the gift of screws. The general rose decay, but this, in lady's drawer, make summer, when the lady lie in ceaseless rosemary. Conscious am I in my chamber of a shapeless friend. He doth not attest by posture, nor confirm by word. Neither place need I present him, fitter courtesy, hospitable intuition of his company. Presence is his furthest license. Neither he to me, nor myself to him, by accent forfeit probity. Weariness of him were quainter than monotony, knew a particle of space's vast society. Neither, if he visit other, do he dwell or nay, no I, but instinct esteem him immortality. You taught me waiting with myself, appointment strictly kept. You taught me fortitude of fate. This also I have learnt. An altitude of death that could no bitterer debar than life had done before it. Yet there is a science more, the heaven you know, to understand, that you be not ashamed of me in Christ's bright audience upon the further hand. Suspense is hostiler than death. Death, though so ever broad, is just death, and cannot increase. Suspense does not conclude, but perishes to live anew, but just anew to die, annihilation plated fresh with immortality. Drama's vitalist expression is the common day that arise and set about us other tragedy. Perish in the recitation, this the best enact, when the audience is scattered and the boxes shut. Hamlet to himself were Hamlet, had not Shakespeare wrote, though the Romeo left no record of his Juliet, it were infinite enacted in the human heart. Only theatre recorded, owner cannot shut. Life and death and giants, such as these are still. Minor apparatus, hopper of the mill, beetle at the candle, or a fife's fame, maintain by accident that they proclaim. Four trees upon a solitary acre, without design, or order, or apparent action, maintain. The sun upon a morning meets them, the wind no nearer neighbour have they but God. The acre gives them place, they, him, attention of passer-by, of shadow or of squirrel, haply, or boy. What deed is theirs unto the general nature? What plan they severally retard or further, unknown. The grace myself might not obtain, confer upon my flower, refracted but a countenance, for I inhabit her. The birds reported from the south, a news expressed to me, a spicy charge my little posts, but I am deaf today. The flowers appealed, a timid throng. I reinforced the door. Go blossom to the bees, I said, and trouble me no more. The summer grace for notice strove, remote her best array, the heart to stimulate the eye refused too utterly. At length, a mourner, like myself, she drew away austere, her frosts to ponder. Then it was I recollected her. She suffered me, for I had mourned. I offered her no word. My witness was the crape I bore. Her witness was her dead. Thenceforward we dwelt together. She never questioned me, nor I herself. Our contract, a wiser sympathy. Remorse is memory awake, her parties all astir, a presence of departed acts at window and at door. Its past set down before the soul and lighted with a match, perusal to facilitate and help belief to stretch. Remorse is cureless, the disease not even God can heal, for 'tis his institution and the adequate of hell. Renunciation is a piercing virtue, the letting go, a presence for an expectation, not now, the putting out of eyes, just sunrise, lest day, day's great progenitor outvie. Renunciation is the choosing against itself to justify unto itself, when larger function make that appear smaller, that covered version, here. Never for society he shall seek in vain, who his own acquaintance cultivate. Of men, wiser men may weary, but the man within never knew satiety better entertain than could border ballad or Biscayan hymn, neither introduction need you unto him. I sometimes drop it for a quick, the thought to be alive, anonymous delight to know, and matter to conceive, consoles a woe so monstrous that did it tear all day, without an instant's respite, 'twould look too far to die. Delirium diverts the wretch for whom the scaffold neighs, the hammock's motion lulls the heads so close on paradise. A reef crawled easy from the sea, eats off the brittle line. The sailor doesn't know the stroke until he's past the pain. It dropped so low in my regard, I heard it hit the ground, and go to pieces on the stones at bottom of my mind, yet blamed the fate that flung it less than I denounced myself for entertaining plated wares upon my silver shelf.
Autumn overlooked my knitting. Dyes, said he, have I, could disparage a flamingo. Show me then, said I. Cochineal I chose, for deeming it resemble thee, and the little border, dusker, for resembling me. Bloom upon the mountain stated, blameless of an aim, efflorescence of a sunset, reproduced the same. Seed had I, my purple sowing should endow the day, not a tropic of the twilight show itself away. Who for tilling to the mountain come and disappear, whose be her renown or fading witness is not here. While I state the solemn petals, far as north and east, far as south and west expanding, culminate in rest. And the mountain to the evening fit his countenance, indicating by no muscle the experience. Publication is the auction of the mind of man. Poverty be justifying for so foul a thing, possibly, but we would rather from our garret go white unto the white Creator than invest our snow. Thought belong to him who gave it, then to him who bare its corporeal illustration. Sell the royal air in the parcel, be the merchant of the heavenly gate, but reduce no human spirit to disgrace of price. All but death can be adjusted, dynasties repaired, systems settled in their sockets, citadels dissolved, wastes of lives resown with colours by succeeding springs. Death unto itself, exception, is exempt from change. Growth of man, like growth of nature, gravitates within. Atmosphere and sun endorse it, but it stir alone. Each its difficult ideal must achieve itself through the solitary prowess of a silent life. Effort is the sole condition, patience of itself, patience of opposing forces, and intact belief. Looking on is the department of its audience, but transaction is assisted by no countenance.
My worthiness is all my doubt, his merit all my fear, contrasting which my quality do lowlier appear, lest I should insufficient prove for his beloved need, the chiefest apprehension upon my thronging mind. 'Tis true that deity to stoop inherently incline, for nothing higher than itself can rest upon. So I, the undivine abode of his elect content, conform my soul as 'twere a church unto her sacrament. So the eyes accost and sunder in an audience, stamped occasionally forever, so may countenance entertain, without addressing, countenance of one in a neighbouring horizon, gone as soon as known. My soul accused me, and I quailed, as tongues of diamond had reviled. All else accused me, and I smiled. My soul that morning was my friend. Her favour is the best disdain toward artifice of time or men, but her disdain 'twere lighter bear a finger of enamelled fire. From us she wandered now a year, her tarrying unknown. If wilderness prevent her feet, or that ethereal zone, no eye hath seen and lived, we ignorant must be, we only know what time of year we took the mystery. Truth is as old as God, his twin identity, and will endure as long as he, a co-eternity, and perish on the day himself is borne away from mansion of the universe, a lifeless deity. The wind begun to rock the grass with threatening tunes, and lo, he threw a menace at the earth, another at the sky. The leaves unhooked themselves from trees and started all abroad. The dust did scoop itself like hands and throw away the road. The wagons quickened on the streets. The thunder hurried slow. The lightning showed a yellow beak, and then a livid claw. The birds put up the bars to nests. The cattle clung to barns. Then came one drop of giant rain, and then, as if the hands that held the dams had parted hold, the waters wrecked the sky, but overlooked my father's house, just quartering a tree. definition of beauty is that definition is none. Of heaven, easing analysis, since heaven and he are one. The veins of other flowers, the scarlet flowers are, till nature leisure has for terms as branch and jugular. We pass and she abides. We conjugate her skill, while she creates and federates without a syllable. All I may, if small, do it not display, larger for the totalness, 'tis economy to bestow a world and withhold a star. Utmost is munificence, less though larger, poor. I never saw a moor, I never saw the sea. Yet know I how the heather looks, and what a billow be. I never spoke with God, nor visited in heaven, yet certain am I of the spot, as if the checks were given. As sleigh bells seem in summer, or bees at Christmas show, so fairy, so fictitious the individuals do, repealed from observation, a party that we knew more distant in an instant than dawn in Timbuktu. The spry arms of the wind, if I could crawl between, I have an errand imminent to an adjoining zone. I should not care to stop. My process is not long. The wind could wait without the gate, or stroll the town among, to ascertain the house, and is the soul at home, and hold the wick of mine to it to light, and then return. Nature and God I neither knew, yet both so well knew me, they startled like executors of my identity. Yet neither told, that I could learn, my secret as secure as Herschel's private interest, or Mercury's affair.
Ample make this bed with awe. In it wait till judgment break, excellent and fair. Be its mattress straight, be its pillow round. Let no sunrise yellow noise interrupt this ground. These strangers in a foreign world, protection asked of me. Befriend them, lest yourself in heaven be found a refugee. Partake as doth the bee, abstemiously. A rose is an estate in Sicily. Away from home are some and I, an emigrant to be. In a metropolis of homes is easy, possibly. The habit of a foreign sky we difficult acquire, as children who remain in face, the more their feet retire. The lovely flowers embarrass me. They make me regret I am not a bee. Good to have had them lost, for news that they be saved. The nearer they departed us, the nearer they restored. Shall stand to our right hand, most precious are the dead. Next precious, those that rose to go, then thought of us and stayed. The robin for the crumb returns no syllable, but long records the lady's name in silver chronicle. There is a June when corn is cut and roses in the seed. A summer briefer than the first, but tenderer indeed, as should a face suppose the graves emerge a single noon, in the vermilion that it wore, affect us and return. Two seasons, it is said, exist, the summer of the just, and this of ours, diversified with prospect and with frost. May not our second with its first so infinite compare, that we but recollect the one, the other to prefer.
Love reckons by itself alone. As large as I relate the sun to one who never felt it blaze, itself is all the like it has. How well I knew her not, whom not to know has been a bounty in prospective, now, next door to mine, the pain. Soto, explore thyself, therein thyself shall find. The undiscovered continent, no settler had the mind. To this world she returned, but with a tinge of that, a compound manner, as a sod espoused a violet, that chiefer to the skies than to himself allied, dwelt hesitating, half of dust and half of day the bride. I could not drink it, sweet, till you had tasted first, though cooler than the water was, the thoughtfulness of thirst. This consciousness that is aware of neighbours and the sun will be the one aware of death, and that itself alone is traversing the interval, experience between and most profound experiment appointed unto men. How adequate unto itself its properties shall be, itself unto itself, and none shall make discovery. Adventure most unto itself, the soul condemned to be, attended by a single hound, its own identity. Given in marriage unto thee, O thou celestial host, bride of the Father and the Son, bride of the Holy Ghost, other betrothal shall dissolve, wedlock of will decay, only the keeper of this ring conquer mortality. The luxury to apprehend, the luxury 'twould be To look at thee a single time, an epicure of me, in whatsoever presence makes, till for a further food I scarcely recollect to starve, so first am I supplied. The luxury to meditate, the luxury it was, to banquet on thy countenance a sumptuousness supplies, to plainer days whose table far as certainty can see is laden with a single crumb, the consciousness of thee. The only news I know is bulletins all day from immortality. The only shows I see tomorrow and today, perchance eternity. The only one I meet is God, the only street existence. This traversed, if other news there be, or admirabler show, I'll tell it you. Wert thou but ill, that I might show thee how long a day I could endure, though thine attention stop not on me, nor the least signal me assure. Wert thou but stranger in ungracious country, and mine the door thou paused at for a passing bounty, no more, accused wert thou, and myself tribunal, convicted, sentenced, ermine not to me, half the condition thy reverse to follow, just to partake the infamy. The tenant of the narrow cottage wert thou permit to be, the housewife in thy low attendance contenteth me. No service hast thou, I would not achieve it. To die or live, the first sweet proved I ere I saw thee, for life be love. Midsummer was it when they died, a full and perfect time. The summer closed upon itself in consummated bloom. The corn her furthest kernel filled before the coming flail, when these leaned into perfectness through haze of burial. The first day that I was alive, I recollect it, how still. The last day that I was alive, I recollect it as well. 'Twas stiller, though the first was still. 'Twas empty, but the first was full. This was my finalest occasion, but then my tenderer experiment toward men. Which choose I? That I cannot say. Which choose they? Question memory. A nearness to tremendousness, an agony procures. Affliction ranges boundlessness, vicinity to laws. Contentment's quiet suburb, affliction cannot stay in acres. Its location is illocality. Unto me, I do not know you. Where may be your house? I am Jesus, late of Judea, now of paradise. Wagons have you to convey me? This is far from thence. Arms of mine, sufficient phaeton, trust, omnipotence. I am spotted. I am pardon, I am small. The least is esteemed in heaven the chiefest. Occupy my house. Denial is the only fact perceived by the denied, whose will annuns significance the day that heaven died, and all the earth strove common round without delight or beam. What comfort was it, wisdom was, the spoiler of our home. All forgot for recollecting, just a paltry one. All forsook for just a stranger's new accompanying. Grace of wealth and grace of station, less accounted than an unknown esteem possessing, estimate who can. Home effaced, her faces dwindled, nature altered small. Sun if shone or storm if shattered, overlooked I all. Dropped my fate, a timid pebble in thy bolder sea. Prove me sweet if I regret it, prove myself of thee. Had I not this or this, I said, appealing to myself, in moment of prosperity, inadequate were life. Thou hast not me nor me, it said, in moment of reverse, and yet thou art industrious, no need hadst thou of us. My need was all I had, I said. The need did not reduce, because the food exterminate, the hunger does not cease. But diligence is sharper, proportioned to the chance, to feed upon the retrograde enfeebles the advance. Between my country and the others there is a sea, but flowers negotiate between us as ministry. The admirations and contempts of time show justice through an open tomb. The dying, as it were, a height, reorganizes estimate, and what we saw not we distinguish clear, and mostly see not what we saw before. 'Tis compound vision, light enabling light, the finite furnished with the infinite, convex and concave witness, back toward time, and forward toward the God of him. Till death is narrow loving, the scantest heart extant will hold you till your privilege of finiteness be spent. But he whose loss procures you such destitution that your life too abject for itself thenceforward imitate, until resemblance perfect yourself for his pursuit, delight of nature abdicate, exhibit love somewhat. 'Tis sunrise, little maid. Hast thou no station in the day? 'Twas not thy wont to hinder so. Retrieve thine industry. 'Tis noon, my little maid, alas, and art thou sleeping yet? The lily waiting to be wed, the bee hast thou forgot? My little maid, 'tis night, alas, that night should be to thee instead of morning. Hadst thou broached thy little plan to die? Dissuade thee, if I could not, sweet, I might have aided thee. pain expands the time ages coil within, the minute circumference of a single brain. Pain contracts the time, occupied with shot gamuts of eternities, are as they were not. Fitter to see him I may be, for the long hindrance, grace to me. With summers and with winters grow, some passing year a trait bestow, to make me fairest of the earth. The waiting then will seem so worth, I shall impute with half a pain the blame that I was chosen then. Time to anticipate his gaze, its first delight, and then surprise, the turning o'er and o'er my face, for evidence it be the grace. He left behind one day, so less he seek conviction that, be this, I only must not grow so new that he'll mistake, and ask for me, of me, when first unto the door I go, to elsewhere go no more. I only must not change so fair, he'll sigh, the other, where is she? The love, though, will array me right, I shall be perfect in his sight. If he perceive the other truth upon an excellenter youth, how sweet I shall not lack in vain, but gain through loss, through grief obtain. The beauty that reward him most, the beauty of demand at rest. He who in himself believes, fraud cannot presume. Faith is constancy's result, and assumes from home. Cannot perish, though it fell, every second time, but defaced vicariously for some other shame. Color, caste, denomination. These are time's affair. Death's diviner classifying does not know they are. As in sleep, all hue forgotten, tenets put behind. Death's large democratic fingers rub away the brand. If Circassian, he is careless. If he puts away chrysalis of blonde or umber, equal butterfly, they emerge from his obscuring what death knows so well, our minuter intuitions deem implausible.
I make his crescent fill or lack. His nature is at full or quarter as I signify. His tides do I control. He holds superior in the sky, or gropes at my command behind inferior clouds, or round a mist's slow colonnade. But since we hold a mutual disk, and front a mutual day, which is the despot neither knows, nor whose the tyranny. Robbed by death, but that was easy. To the failing eye, I could hold the latest glowing. Robbed by liberty, for her jugular defences, this too I endured. Hint of glory it afforded, for the brave beloved. Fraud of distance, fraud of danger, fraud of death to bear, it is bounty to suspense's vague calamity. Staking our entire possession on a hair's result, then seesawing coolly on it, trying if it split. Unfulfilled to observation, incomplete to eye, but to faith a revolution in locality. Unto us the suns extinguish, to our opposite, new horizons they embellish, fronting us with night. Love is that later thing than death, more previous than life, confirms it at its entrance and usurps it of itself. Tastes death the first to hand the sting, the second to its friend, disarms the little interval, deposits him with God, then hovers an inferior guard lest this beloved charge need once in an eternity, a smaller than the large. Struck was I, nor yet by lightning. Lightning lets away power to perceive his process with vitality. Maimed was I, yet not by venture, stone of solid boy, nor a sportsman's peradventure. Who mine enemy? Robbed was I, intact to bandit, all my mansion torn, sun withdrawn to recognition, furthest shining done. Yet was not the foe of any,
not the smallest bird, in the nearest orchard dwelling be of me afraid. Most I love the cause that slew me. Often as I die, its beloved recognition holds a sun on me. Best at setting, as is nature's, neither witnessed rise, till the infinite aurora in the other's eyes. Patience has a quiet outer. Patience, look within, is an insect's futile forces, infinities between, scaping one against the other, fruitlesser to fling. Patience is the smile's exertion through the quivering. It bloomed and dropped, a single noon, the flower, distinct and red. I, passing, thought another noon, another in its stead, will equal glow, and thought no more. But came another day, to find the species disappeared. The same locality, the sun in place, no other fraud on nature's perfect sum. Had I but lingered yesterday, was my retrieveless blame. Much flowers of this, and further zones, have perished in my hands, for seeking its resemblance, but unapproached it stands. The single flower of the earth, that I, in passing by, unconscious was, great nature's face, past infinite by me.